weeping willow tree, tell me what you know. River, why you crying from many ways ago? Sacred baobab tree, lost your children to the seas, taken from their land many ways ago. Goodbye, motherland. Sing me that old song from many ways ago. Goodbye, motherland. Holy Virgin, when I from many ways to come. Goodbye, motherland. Holy Virgin, Holy Virgin, when I die, I live many ways to come. To
Castrate the sound of my drum, mute my tongue, ignite my body with wails, with blaze of horror. Blazing fire burn me today, can't burn me tomorrow. Coffee, the warrior king, swears on his golden stool, freedom must come. Burn me today, you can't burn me tomorrow. His ashe rising from Spikestown to Bailey's plantation. The ash of our forefathers' tortured spirits paving the pathways, clearing cart roads through consciousness. from coffee to bussa, broken bones but not spirit, fallen bodies but not soul. The road long, sores heal and tow, the journey longer than the day before the first step, before the first ship landed. Torment, burn me today, you can't burn me tomorrow. Let the fire blaze their wicked plan. And the great says, stick, lick, left and right from freedom have a come. Through winding roads, the great white sand in our eyes, our shoulders laden with trials. Hope leads us on into gray clouds as pounding rain seep through our skulls. We've come a long way naked, craving for the bread of life, lungs thirsty, dried by the stinging slap of sun, souls angry, crying in the wilderness of death. We've come a long way from the curling lash, the master's whip sliding across our backs like a snake. We've come a long way from the logic of the white man, from the ignorance of our black brothers, merciless stares gone from our wrinkled eyes, black wanderers in the graveyard of terror. We've come a long way, so I will raise my hand and shout out, Lord! Words will not strangle and die between my teeth. I must speak, for we have come a long, long way.
Bridgetown early, Saturday morning. You see the children, look how they're smiling. Don't be a fool, don't play too cute. Full up your belly with lovely fresh fruit. Come for potato, come for cassava, come for your guava, your guava, your guava, guava.
Sugar cane,
to Golden Square. After 100 years in the wilderness of sugarcanes, so many bad fields sowed, nothing for our pot-bellied children to swallow but white marl. The sore eye of rotting galvanized hope and falling shingle roofs, the bruised joints of the laborers and the waterfront warrior worker. Meet me at Golden Square, 1937. Rejected huts of hunger rallying around their pain. Riots in the land could as well be still enslaved on the masses' immoral hand. Enter Clement Payne. Agitate, educate, but don't violate. And so we march with our pain to Government House, across the bridge, eating the dung of the wharf, pushing back oppression, turning over injustice, facing backward bullets with our raw blood. Out of this disturbing turbulence, this bloody disturbance in the streets, rose our Moses, leading us out of this wilderness towards adult suffrage, giving the people the right to mark their X. Drum unsung heroes, the hand that holds the rhythm leads the battle song.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine people walking to the courts. Had the same remind we are a force. Looking at what we see. The tech of Clement and tech from we. The Teddy Ma holding charges. Being a lie about where he was born. We was pushing. We was hoping. We was saying that this in the norm. We can fight it. The legislation. No, we got Adams as his line. This is the line that we do for ourselves. And we just defend other way people at times. No, we hope this ends up to be the cool. And maybe we can say that we win one against you, the massa. Oppressor. We better see Clement when he come on outside. Guess I wondering what we can do. We here as a crowd, we mob and we ride. It's 1937. We saying this is a shift of the tide. I just hope that when we see him and everything we love realize oppressor. Massa. No, he ain't coming out. I thought we was doing this. What these men here about? We ain't see any no, yet we hearing the charges overturned. Story lesson learned. Everything was burned. We fearing it no, the tensions are rising, the screaming is out. Everything no, it's like the lieutenants that used to stand by your side. I guess a man named Menzie opened the eyes and looked at the skies and said, yo, beware, cause we both here, cause knows these days is funny nights. Big rocks, big rocks, big rocks. Yo, every rock that ever slain, everything that we went through that hit Sheffer window pain. All of my people was saying we ain't do this again. We ready for the day that the master here was slaying big rocks. We'll be putting out big rocks down through the windows. Any business that never let it know. My people here be angry, people here was crying, people here malnourished, everybody died. We try it. Running like fools, we play by your game, but you change the rules, so no one can control you what we can do. People's cry out, we disenfranchised, but now we doing this too. Hear my message and hear the call. Watch the glass and hear it fall. Ping-a-ling, ping-a-ling, that's the refrain. Ping-a-ling, ping-a-ling, once again. Ping-a-ling, people was asking out. People just crying and calling out. Be it not foggy, but not weatherhead. Them give you a break, so them can't dead. Ping-a-ling, ping-a-ling, all of the rest. All true strife, like feeling your chest. If you got lines, we know we made it. We can show you witty potatoes. We I'm screaming no. Bring back Clement, bring it no. You feel this no? You feel the wrath. We was peaceful. We break it in half. We bring it on down, but this was the things that we feeling it now. Clement was telling me we got better. We is sleeping giants and how. Now it's FIFA for fun. Bring everything that we want, son. Everything we want. And when people here calling, yeah. All my people they're balling, yeah. All my people they're balling, yeah. Remember the name, Clement Payne. Clement Payne. Clement Payne. Clement Payne. The last thing doing is raising my hand and let you know riots in the land. Riots. Peace.
That dissolved and he then formed the BLP. We must see his work will never go in vain. Let the old and young forever praise his name. Oh, great Sir Bradley, hero,
me bottom belly, una mala son. Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Busway, a ziggy way, a busway. 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 Yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Mommy, a busway, a ziggy way, a busway. 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 Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una give me bottom belly, una mala son. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Una la loba, oh, una la loba. Busway, a ziggy way, a busway. 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 Yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, 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 mommy a busway, a ziggy way, a busway. A ziggy way, a busway. Oh, busway, a ziggy way, a busway. Oh, busway, a ziggy way, a busway. Oh, busway, a ziggy way, a busway. Mommy a busway, a ziggy way, a busway, a ziggy way, a busway. 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 Oh, busway.
Attention, march. Sailors, march out. Sailors, test those waters. Looking good, sailor. Sailors, row out to sea. Come on, move it. Sailor, come this way. Sailor, move out. Right to left. Attention. Communications. Straightening up this line, sailors. Come on, bend. Let me see your teeth. Good. Attention. Hands in the air. On your hips. In the air. Work those hips. In the air. On your hips. Hands in the air. Come on, bring it around. Hands up. On your hips. Attention. Pull those anchors. Pull the anchor, sailor. Double time. Hold it. Hold the anchor. Come on. Attention. Move. Sailors, forward movement. Sailors, move out. Come, pick up those feet. Get those feet up. Attention. Take it down. Come, we go. Down. Up. Down. Up. Bring it down again, sailors. Down. Up. Down. Up. Stay down, sailors. Take it around. Come on. Move it. Bring it around. Attention. Move out. Sailors, iceberg ahead. Rough seas ahead, forward. Get your head home, sailors. Attention! Head home, sailors!
By blue, white, and red trappings, welcome the golden sun, all blue of ocean, black, broken trident. Throughout these fields and hills, raise high a new anthem. The garrison aflood with pomp and people cheering loud, orgasmic roars. Cannons in the rain, firing change. Westminster gone. Or so we thought. The slow drum roll, the Union Jack falls, falling gently, and the black pride rising like flowers to sky. How we have grown brighter than our buildings in November, satellites of our own fate, wrapped in a new flag of knighthoods and conquests, clinging and clanging to old bridges as our children stamp on the Constitution. Whose sovereignty reigns today, whose guns fire us to attention with every shot, blood, flood, Nelson stands no more, in stone, in bone, the bronze, broader than Broad Street. We loyal sons and daughters all arch back from the bullet of bad boys, independent still, torn between continents. This is my island, my home, my country to me.
Former slave ship under the Union Jack, Barbados sail. But trip after trip, exploitation still prevail. 37 riots were put to prove that slavery done. And then they came a skipper back there in 61, who freely taught his crew and fed the little ones too. Intent to break every chain, he set out to sea again. All hands on deck, hail the escape pilot. All hands on deck, you got to show the skipper respect. We took over when the bridge was down. We took over Bridgetown on a smooth voyage. He took over the bridge, took over the bridge. Skipper, take over the bridge, take over the bridge. We know you could get it managed. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. Under the Union Jack, all the while they charted her course with joy. For independent style, suddenly the shout came land ahoy. How well we will remember just how he disembarked. In 66 November, he set up a great landmark, and the Union Jack down it went, across the broken trident, and catching the rising tide, still with industry and pride. All hands on deck. Sit a hill, the skipper elect. All hands on deck. You got to show the skipper respect. He took over when the bridge was down. He took over Bridgetown on a smooth voyage. He took over the bridge, took over the bridge. Skipper, take over the bridge. Take over the bridge. We know you could get it managed. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. How his tired sailors did toil as his third voyage he did sail. But there came a crisis in oil and it began to blow a gale. He avoided mutiny with his able-bodied men facing the fussy scrutiny. He came to avoid yours and without bloodshed or stabbing, they called Brother Tom from his cabin. Yes, the skipper was overwhelmed. Brother Tom took up the helm. I say all hands on deck. I sit to hail the skipper elect. All hands on deck. You got to show the skipper respect. He took over when the bridge was down. He took over Bridgetown on a smooth voyage. He took over the bridge, took over the bridge. Skipper, he took over the bridge. Take over the bridge. We know you could get it managed. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. I love you, Barbados.
To me, in the sense of being free and having the right to speak your mind out. That is my country to me. It is the air I breathe. I'm so proud to be born here, and the love and beauty that surround us, we share it day by day, 'cause that is my country to me. Mark Lord, ladies and gentlemen.
My country to me, that is the children's laughter, and genuinely loving each other. That is my country to me. I breathe, and I'm so proud to be born here. The love, the beauty that surrounds us, ooh, we share it day by day. You see, that is my country to me.
Oh,
Thank you. Alex, people.
You got to go down on your knees and cry me a river. Yeah. You got to go down on your knees and cry me a tear. For ever since the world began, man was always hurt by woman. That is why. You got to cry. You got to go down on your knees and hurt yourself. You got to break your heart the same way you broke mine. Oh, maybe you will realize how deep I've been hiding down inside. That is why you go. Hey! No use of you coming on your bended knee. You've done me wrong, now I can hear your plea. Hey, you're no good, no good. You ain't a good at all, no good. Man, you hear what I say? You're no good. There comes a time when you must cry. You never miss the water until the well runs dry. The youth. Hey, you're coming on your bended knee. Woo! You done me wrong, now I can hear your plea. You ain't a good, no good. You ain't a good at all, no good. Man, you hear what I say? You're no good. You're no good. You're no good. You're no good. Hey! Woo! Do you like good music? That bad speed music. Just as long as it's swinging. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Spotlight of Luke Curtis. I'm doing a good flow show. Singing love of a lifetime. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Spotlight on the Drady. I'll go the little radio. Singing stick by me, oh. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Spotlight on Dixtown now. Singing pretty blue eyes, y'all. Singing pretty blue eyes, y'all. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Woo!
say
I will hear you say
goodbye, my love, and you be on your way. Well, my wild, beautiful bird, you would have flown any day now.
anything now.
Love won't let you down. Cause I'll be around. Woo!
Before I loved him, I knew before I needed him. I knew I didn't want to leave him. Never heard him say he felt the same way until I heard him say, "Hello there, baby. I hope you miss me. I hope you know I love you." When I said, "I love you too." Hey, not gonna be your standby love. Say, no standby love, no standby love. Not gonna be your standby love, your standby love anymore. I heard that you are telling your friends that I'm your standby love. You say you got me where you want me. You use me every time you want to. Knowing how much I go through with you, I know the rumor can't be a lie. So you better start looking for a new standby love, 'cause the one you had just walked out. Hey.
Bet your life I do. Bet your life I do love you.
Yeah, yeah, you love me too.
Bet your life I do, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you know I do.
Bet your life I wanna spend my life with you.
You know I do.
Monday to Monday, it's such a good day. Freedom that you get on the one day. Too much of your thing, it's such a good thing.
Sweeter than sugar, sweeter than honey.
Bet your life I do. Bet your life I do love you.
Yeah, yeah, you love me too.
Bet your life I do, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you know I do.
Bet your life I wanna spend my life with you.
You know I do.
Monday to Monday, it's such a good day. You better leave me, not for one day. Too much of your thing, such a good thing. Sweeter than sugar, sweeter than honey. I love good music. I love good music. Oh yeah, hey, I love good music. Yes, you do. I love good music. Yeah. See it on the music by the way. Woo!
This broken trident is me, is you, is island blue, yellow, and black, or god of oceans sitting on a golden sun, the last flying fish. Neptune's fork lightning, a broken path through history, we no longer sail. On perilous seas, Poseidon meets Yemanya in her blue glory. Mythical yellow in between aquamarine, broken, black, and proud. What does it all mean, decolonizing the mind through independence? Captured in our flag, we hold this broken trident up against the wind. Road to the Republic, the beginning, not the end, of a new chapter. Cock-a-doodle crows, calling morning out of the craw of early dawn. This is Barbados, a jewel from off the crown. Blessed is who we are. Push and go through like a Rihanna umbrella, like a Chihuahua. Punch above your weight like a ram, like a raga, like a come out to the world. May we proceed. Let us proceed.
Good night, everyone. Happy Independence to you, and God bless Barbados Republic. The first two poems I will read are dedicated to two of our famous Barbadian writers, George Lamming and Camel Brathwaite. The final poem is one called, is one that I've dedicated to Barbados itself, we island people. The first one, this poem is triggered by words taken from In the Castle of My Skin, words spoken by G's mother when she says, the Lord never sent a bird without a branch. Coming home. So love, light here, now is your homing season. You've the cry inside you still that summoned revolution, called forth the imagination, the unconquerable domain. Now, all across this archipelago are those no longer daunted by the world, no longer fearful of dismantling one history for another. Ancestral gardens everywhere open the gates of memory of origins we recognize at last as ours. Lonely seagull crying on the Atlantic, you must not fear the folding of your wings. It's your wide span over the Caribbean and its diaspora will remember how you took the cruel burning, casting what we feared was only shadow, until our eyes could bear the light of sovereignty you dreamt for us and for our children. So love, light here, now is your homing season. You have flown far. This other poem is dedicated to Camel Brathwaite, who we know left us maybe about a year or so ago. It's called Negus II, Negus meaning king. It is how you slash and burn an entire lexicon to rule among the harbingers of language. How you trust yourself to the trance of words, yet sound your umfo for the dispossessed, the voiceless. It is evening now. If only for a while, come to this kingdom where crows do not fly. The wood-dove builds her nest in olive branches. Here the plumed basilisk finds no entrance. For in these streams, forests, rivers, webbed feet do not walk on water, only the wounded pierced by love. Come to this kingdom where dry bones sing and graveyards spring fresh flowers everywhere. Summon Esu, if you will. Bring Nam Satura, black sycorax. Call the Orissa from the Veve. All are welcome to this place, for here are fountains and fountains of grace. You who were born to slow the pale horses, white deaths of our freedoms, take your laurels now. Leaves of the evergreen tree, golden ginger lily, pride of Barbados, the bright red hibiscus. Look how fireflies glow amidst this foliage, and how they dance to the song of the night wind. Kamau, Kamau, your name lives on in the mouths of our children. This final poem, I will, in the interest of time, I'll read only a section of it. It's called We Island People. We are island people. We walk and talk the rhythm of seas and oceans. We flash a smile, you see the white of reefs, the vibrancy of bougainvillea, brilliance of the red flamboyant are in our laughter. Our sighing is the wind in casuarinas. The salt of the sea is in our tears. Our weeping is the cry of children drowned in the Middle Passage, a people severed from the motherland with suffering as their daily bread. We are island people. Withhold your bounty, we'll not die, not now. Not now when we have learned to trace the drying stream to the head of the spring, or tap the clouds until they pour down rain. Not now. Not when we know that while our tongues are quick to shape the syllables of foreign nations, the song of the heart will always find its roots, its rhythms, the syncopation of its truest joys and sorrows, here in these caves, hills and mountains, these streams and rivers, seas and oceans, running deep inside the veins, the blood of these, our island people. Thank you.
Blue, yellow, and black. Everybody go so. Yellow and black. Everybody go so. Yellow and black. Everybody go so. Oh, them fighting just to get me frightened. Doing all types of things just to make me laugh. Oh, them carry money, rob my poor people blind from right back to left. The embassy is a disaster when it comes to poor people and visa. $300 that we work hard to get. Oh no, them look at you from top to bottom. If you don't look good, them turn you down. And not 1 cent, them never give you back yet. Lord firm, I hold my stand. No matter how them from them gang, even the school children got influenced by the Taliban's. No matter how them chat, Lord, we can't get through to move off this man. Some say, oh, here getting stuck, and we ain't world for party shut up. Well, my sweet Babylon, let me see some hands in the air.
Cause the more than fight is you I like every day. Hey, my sweet Barbados. Let me see some hands up again. I will always love and cherish you to the. Well, if you're supposed to be a Bajan, everybody blue. Everybody go so. Everybody go so. Oh, them puffing. If you see them puffing, riding through every district to get the X. Oh, the wicked. What done we stupid? Promise we they're going to do this and do the next. We got homeless people don't live nowhere, who is sick with cancer, dead in from AIDS, and a couple thousand for that. It's so hard to raise. But them hear that poor people getting bucks and a quick million race to get it stock. And material things is more important to God. Oh, solid as a rock is right here. I intend to stop. They could beat me till I drop. I'm going to shake up the blows and start from top. They come in with them plan, but they can't get rid of this bald head ram. Expect me to get this sweet. That is when that first time that got beat. Repeat. Barbados. Let me see some hands in the air. Cause the more than fight is you I like every day. Hey, my sweet Barbados. Let me see some hands up again. I will always love and cherish you to the end. Well, if you're supposed to be a Bajan, everybody blue. Yeah. Everybody go so. Everybody go so. Everybody go so.
Take me down the road. You are dark for the road again. Take me down the road. You are dark for the road.
Hey! Boy! Hey! Soca! Oh! Oi, oi! Oi, oi! Have your way to watching. She down for the crop over. So I take a risk and I just caught your grandmother for the guy to see for crop over. Girl would have looked for the answer. You should see her. She's a warrior. Dressed in a red bikini. In the rain. Drink. Say, come on. Wait for me, grind up, baby, wait for me. I want to give my grandmother the pressure. Wait for me, grind up, baby, wait for me. I want to hold my own sister, Anita. Wait for me, grind up, baby, wait for me. Say them days I see hot like a pepper. Say you can't hold me down, put on my mini gun. I block every corner for the crop over. Oh, oh. Toy. Bang, bang, bang. Hey. I tell my friends, my fans and my family that I will be a tycoon to everybody. Some people ask, them say, look, don't mind me. Every year I come good, but I'm so lucky. But they say it's ugly man, come to match up the whole land. We come into my no strength, machine up in 1985. When they hear the MC come and them and I say them shouting this we free. We want more, now we want more. They say the class no class of it. We want more, now we want more. Every time I come with a melody and I say the body repeatedly. We want more, right now we want more. If I sing fast or sing slow, oh yeah, boy. We want more, right now we want more. What do you want? More, more, give me more, right now, give me more. We want more, right now we want more. What do you want? More, more, give me more, right now, give me more. We want more.
I thought I was dreaming when I hear sweet soca inside me. Oh, come let me go. Oh, come let me go. Something musically in the whole army. I can't stand the pressure. I begin to shiver when the eyes of the music blow me fuse. When I get up and watch the bass and I hear a Rastaman bass. Music playing and the whole vicinity vibrated. Rastaman kneeling in the van, playing sweet percussion, they play smooth and fun. I love my Rastaman, Jah Rastafari leading my van. I love my Rastaman, Jah Rastafari follow our creator, master of leader. Hey, look who I am. Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Oh, look who I am. Hey, thank you. I know to forget it.
Grand occasion.
Something's happening that you shouldn't be missing. Dancing along the street, moving to soca beat, and all the women looking sweet. When I wake up in the morning and I see the sun, I send up praises, yeah. I know it's a privilege, yeah, to be alive. Oh yeah, from the rising to the setting. When that day is done, I send up praises, yeah. I know it's a privilege, yeah, to be alive. Oh yeah, you know why? Worries are not discounting, but are counting every blessing. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Every day is Thanksgiving, for every day I am living. Hallelujah. Sing to me, come on. Hallelujah. I want to give praise with me hand raised, singing hallelujah. 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 I want to give praise with me hand raised, singing hallelujah. 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 Be one on high, my eyes to the sky, where my praises go. I will always show. I'm thankful for life, for life, for life. Oh yeah, I'm thankful for life, for life, for life. Come on, everybody, come on, come on, come on. Halle, 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 hallelujah, hallelujah, halle, 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 hallelujah, hallelujah, halle, 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 hallelujah, hallelujah, halle, 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 hallelujah, hallelujah.
Some have grown up stupid under the Union Jack, lost in the castle of their skin. This be our story, not history of plunder and greed. To own our own name our own house and language, pave our own roadway, to own our own republic, it is about us, rising out of the cane fields, reclaiming our history. At Buckingham Road, holding on to Prince Henry and Queen Mary's load, in love with this monarchy, no will to let go this British hegemony. It is what they know, season up in Great Britain. This has been the legacy. We know what we got, we don't know what we can get. To tell you the truth, it don't matter me at all. Same script, different cast. I neither here or I there. Whatever they do, poor people still got to live, to adapt, to overcome this damn fear of change, this discomfort of ourselves. Some hear covenant, see the same empty cupboards, cuss the government, and declare it's politics. Still, they all agree if we could take down Nelson, we could get rid of the Queen and all that she mean. Put Beijing there instead as we head of state. Pull she off the hospital, take she off the plate. Time to face the elephant. Break off the white tusk. Paint the room the color beige. Full stop this colonial page.
Republican movement. Let it roll. We coming down. Republic coming down. Barbados coming down. We coming down. We ready for any day. 1966, independence that is history. 2021, republic the circle complete. Every Bajan, let me make we own destiny. Azerbaijan, somebody sing. Azerbaijan, republic champion. I can wet this flag again. All the battles and the struggles of our heroes that will never go in vain. Let me go. Republic, are we ready for any day? Republic, yes, we ready for any day. Republic, all the Bajans know. Azerbaijan is a champion and coming up the way. Big things can happen, better things can happen. Barbados Republic, every Bajan a champion. Big things can happen, better things can happen. Oh Lord, hey! The place we are from, the women really look good inside the session. The people love the walk up, they love the drink rum, but still will show you enough love. Azerbaijan, big up Rihanna, look. Azerbaijan, republic champion. I can wet this flag again. All the battles and the struggles of our heroes that will never go in vain. Let me tell them now. Republic, are we ready for any day? Republic, what? Republic, are we ready for any day? Every Bajan is a champion now coming out the way. Things can happen. All the Bajan champions. Boy. Yes. Put up something. When I get Bajan flag. Up the king. Let them know where you're from. Up the king. Let them know where you're from. Up the king. Let them know where you're from. Oh Lord. Azerbaijan, republic champion. I can wet this flag again. All the battles and the struggles of our heroes that will never go in vain. Republic, are we ready for any day? Republic, yes, we ready for any day. Every Bajan is a champion. Big things can happen, better things can happen. Barbados Republic, every Bajan a champion. Big things can happen, better things can happen. Oh Lord! Oh, Bajan Bossa! Republican movement! Yeah!
people in the island. This is the whining season. Who pumping, we're pumping. And if we get off a plane, let me welcome you to my paradise. I tell you this place exciting. Up in a bed, see we vibes. Now put down your worries and enjoy. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Bet out the bed, see we lining. Make sure you could handle it, come on. Somebody put the cooler in the trunk. Hey, it's 1:30. We need to reach in the bed and get on before the jam. No time for linger. Push out your bumper. We party until the last liquor drop. We heading straight to the jam because we in paradise. Hey, I tell you this place exciting. Up in a bed, see we biting. Now put down your worries and enjoy. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Bet out the bed, see we lining. Make sure you could handle it, come on. After the fete in the morning, walk over, relax on the sand. We got the sweetest waters, invite a friend or stick them down. Find a corner, walk a bumper. We party until the last liquor drop. We heading straight to the jam because we live. Hey, I tell you this place exciting. Up in a bed, see we vibing. Now put down your worries and enjoy. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Bet out the bed, see we lining. Make sure you can handle it, come on.
Yeah, when the tourists backing up, everyone in the place time could have walk it up. When we a bit soon, never couple up. The confusion never kill our vibes yet. We keep you hustle up. Any session where we there, you make a nice setup. Music always pumping, God, this is Barbados. Welcome to the paradise.
Hey, I tell you this place exciting. Up in a bed, see we vibing. Now put down your worries and enjoy. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Bet up the bed, see we lining. Make sure you could handle it, come on. Somebody put the cooler in the trunk. Hey, hey, it's 1:30. We need to reach in the bed and get on before the jam. In the no time to linger. Girl, push out your bumper. We party until the last liquor drop. We heading straight to the jam because we live paradise. Hey, I tell you this place exciting. Up in a bed, see we vibing. Now put down your worries and enjoy. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Bet out the bed, see we lining. Make sure you could handle it, come on. Put your hand in the air. Put your hand in the air. Put your hand in the air. Barbados is paradise. Hey, get ready for the non-stop whining. Bet out the bed, see we lining. Tell them why this country is paradise.
Easy.
If you're proud to be a veteran, what are your flags up? What are your flags up? And if you represent the nation, let me see flags up. Let me see flags up. We representing blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. We representing blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. just 66 squared and 1 smile wide. They just think of yourself, is you and no one else. Show love and raise your colors. Sweet music playing, and we behaving like there is no tomorrow. This life the treasure, they just forever. Lovely Barbados, come picking up my land. Barbados my home, no matter wherever I roam. We in the street and we pride. Take it rewind, never forget we culture. So make it proud for me. Everybody push up your hands there. You're proud to be a vision. Hey, hey, hey. Everybody push up your hands there. You're proud to be a vision. You're proud to be a vision. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. And everybody know, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yeah, yeah.
Push up your hand 'cause you're proud of this. Blood, sweat and tears, man, it help me this pain.
Oh, yeah.
Just an intelligence a part of my people.
Nobody can take that away. What me say?
From here we grow, from here we can stay.
We only fly out, so take a little holiday. Yeah.
Barbados Island of dreams. See from the heights of terraces straight to the housing schemes.
Yes.
Paradise is the only way to describe my land.
Built by the Father's hand, built by the Father's hand.
Paradise is the only way to describe my land.
So let we sing a celebration. Oh, yeah.
Can
Come on, the food and the drinks and the talent every artist brings. As a true vision, show appreciation, let we express we culture. So if you're yeah, everybody push up your hands then. You're proud to be a vision. You're proud to go. Everybody push up your hands then. You're proud to be a vision. You're proud to represent it. Everybody represent it. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, oh.
everybody know?
Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. Oh yo. Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand.
That's what we celebrating blue.
Yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue.
We represent it.
Yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. We represent it.
Barbados.
We love you, Barbados.
Was Pride and Nationhood, our cultural presentation. We now present a message from His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
I must at the outset say how disappointed I am for not being able to make it to Bridgetown to join you in person for this historic, memorable ceremony. I nonetheless extend hearty congratulations on behalf of the government and people of Ghana to the new President of the Republic of Barbados, Her Excellency Dame Sandra Mason, my good friend and sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, and the government and people of Barbados on becoming a parliamentary republic. It is a momentous occasion which you rightly deserve. We in Ghana, in 1957, under Kwame Nkrumah's dynamic leadership, jettisoned the Union Jack and replaced it with our own iconic red, green, and gold flag with the black star in the center. 3 years later, in 1960, we decided to take the final step of full sovereignty, and Ghana attained Republican status. The mood of our citizens was understandably one of unrestrained excitement and jubilation because of the prospects of what the future held for us. It was an uncharted territory for us. We had a number of setbacks, Democracy was not the order of the day in those days, and we spent a number of years living under different military regimes. You in Barbados, on the other hand, have experienced a different history. You have become a republic at a time when the world has largely embraced democracy and the ideology that seeks to liberate the energies of people and generate opportunities for them to realize their God-given talents. You also have the benefit of being able to count on the support of friends like Ghana on this journey on which you have embarked. Relations between Ghana and Barbados date back centuries, founded originally on the tragic platform of the barbaric, inhumane transatlantic slave trade, and now predicated on a future of solidarity and mutual prosperity. Indeed, our governance structures are anchored in common values of respect for individual liberties and human rights, the rule of law, the principles of democratic accountability, and social justice. They provide a durable basis for cordial cooperation and collaboration between our two countries and peoples. The Ghanaian people and I value very much our relationship and friendship with the government and people of Barbados. And it is my hope that our two nations and peoples will continue to deepen the bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between us. We share fully in the vision of the possibilities of deeper trade and investment relations and cooperation between us. I remain hopeful that in our time, Africans and persons of African descent on both sides of the Atlantic will come together in mutual solidarity to advance the interests of black people everywhere in the world. Now is the time to engage each other positively and imbibe in ourselves a deep consciousness and understanding of the goals and history of the African peoples. My message to you, the government and people of Barbados, is simple. Do not allow your energies to be sapped by either the failures of the past or the challenges of today. Embrace today's challenges as opportunities for a brighter tomorrow. Redefine your sense of national responsibility and remove any doubt some may continue to harbor about the ability of the black man or woman to manage his or her own affairs. I urge you to devote yourself to the freedom and welfare of Barbados and the peoples of the Caribbean. Today you have every right in that defining sound of happy times composed by the merry men to feel hot, hot, hot. May God bless Barbados and a happy Republic Day celebration.
His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now with great pride that we announce this year's recipients of Barbados Independence Honors and Decorations. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, conferred on Her Excellency Dame Sandra Prunella Mason, the first President of Barbados. His Royal Highness Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, the Honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados. The COVID-19 Leadership Team Award, shared by Lieutenant Colonel the Honorable Jeffrey Bostick, Senator Dr. the Honorable Jerome Walcott, Dr. Kenneth George, Dr. Corey A. Ford, Dr. Sonji Beckles, Mrs. Janet Phillips, Miss Alice Jordan, The order is also conferred on Mr. Peter Odell, Mr. Desmond Haynes, Mr. Bertram Hall, Dr. Stetson Wilcher. The Order of the Republic for Distinguished National Achievement and Merit is presented to Mr. Rudolph Nathaniel Cappy Greenwich, Miss Juliet Skinner, Mr. Anthony Pickering, Mrs. Nisha L. Hiramand Tani, Mr. John Richard Aline. The Gold Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service for achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition, presented to Miss Deborah Lynch Theobalds, Mr. Peter Adonijah Aline, Mrs. Corrine Kennedy Tate, Mr. Roger Arthur Edgell, the Reverend Vincent Wood. The Silver Trident of Excellence, presented to Mr. Suleiman Mohammed Bulbulia, Miss Linda Goodrich, Mr. Roger Boyce, Mr. Dennis McIntosh, and Mr. Larry Mayers. The Barbados Service Star for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or any other similar field of endeavor. Mr. Anthony Spencer, the Reverend David Nathaniel Holder, Mr. Mencia Crickendale, Mr. Elvis Gill, Miss Thelma Bain, Mr. Carrison Henry, and Miss Norma Evelyn Jackman. The Barbados Service Medal, presented to Mr. Mohammed Patel, Miss Shirlene Gill, Mr. Curtis Miller, Miss Lillian Agnes Williams, Mrs. Saitomia Worrell, Miss Audrey Miller, and Miss Gwendolyn Evelyn. The Barbados Bravery Medal for acts of bravery in hazardous circumstances, presented to Mr. Lamar Sandiford, Mr. Romel Quimby, Mr. Dario Quimby, and Mr. Shay Griffith. The Gold Award of Achievement is awarded for outstanding contribution to community life in Barbados. This year, we honor those whose selfless and dedicated extraordinary service to the country during the COVID-19 pandemic is hereby acknowledged. Dr. Anne-Marie Hassel, Dr. Andre Lovell, Sister Glendora Seal, Sister Margaret Doughton, Mr. Jabari Barnett, Mr. Romel Jones, Major Cedric Proverbs, Dr. Rhea Corbin Hart, Dr. Andre Graham, Dr. Elizabeth Mandeville, Mr. Ronald Chapman, Dr. Kimberly Phillips, Mr. Alvin Hart, Dr. Anton Best, Dr. Arthur Phillips, Dr. Ingrid Cumberbatch, Dr. Leslie Rollock, Dr. Francine Broman Jones, Dr. Carl Ward, Dr. Barry Ward, Dr. Cheryl McCollin, Dr. Walter Aline, Mr. Joe Steinbach, Miss Sonia Connell, Captain Ashton Cadell, Major Joel Greenwich, Dr. Elizabeth Ferdinand, Major David Clark, Mr. Dr. Dale Babb, Miss Nicole Durant, Sister Esteletta Tate, Miss Sandra Barrow, Dr. Manohar Singh, Sister Virginia Clark, Colonel Glyne Granham, Mr. Junior Burgess, Miss Cassandra Ford, Miss Teresa Chase, Miss Tracia Charles, Miss Kelly Carmichael Simmons, Mr. Richard Carter, Warrant Officer Class 2 Adrian Knight, Lance Corporal Winston Burnett, Miss Cheryl Aline, Miss Jillian Applewaite, Miss Juanita Thornton Powlett, Lieutenant Colonel Adeline Branch, and Miss Kathy Rogers. I ask you to acknowledge all of the recipients of this year's Barbados Independence Honors and Decorations.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Carol Roberts-Reefer there, giving us the awardees for this year's Independence 2021. We'd like to say a very special good evening to our friends across the region through the CMC, and joining us, ABS Antigua Broadcasting Services. Nice to have you all join us this evening. This is a very special evening for us here in Barbados. It's the pride of nationhood, the declaration of the Republic, and the installation of the President of Barbados. And events have shaped who Barbados has been over the centuries, from the first time we were Ichi-Ruga-Naim, our indigenous name, to Barbados, given to us by the Portuguese, representing the bearded ones, through the riots, through the West Indies Federation, and through our self-governance moving towards independence. We have all been, shaped by those events, and we are certainly now on another journey. We are perhaps completing one journey and moving into another, as we now finally get rid of the Queen as our head of state, and we have a Barbadian head of state. We have with us this evening veteran constitutional attorney at law Ezra Aline and attorney at law Gregory Nichols. Gentlemen, it's been an excellent evening so far, an evening of celebration. And just before we get into the actual evening's proceedings of the Declaration of the Republic and the installation of the President of Barbados, perhaps you could share with us some thoughts. I know there have been some queries about what will change and what will remain, but your personal views on becoming a republic. Ezra?
I think it is a clear indication that these citizens of Barbados have reached the stage where they can completely and totally exercise their sovereignty without let or hindrance and in a proper manner. And I think that it has come not a moment too soon and probably many moments delayed. But we are at a stage where we are capable of demonstrating to one and all that we are capable of running this show in the way in which it should be run at an international level, and doing it with the dignity consistent with punching above our weight.
Which is a phrase that is often used to describe us.
Yes, and accurately so, if I may say so.
Quite. Gregory?
Yeah, this is a really important process, and it marks a real defining moment in the history of Barbados as a democratic polity. In the 382 years of our parliament, there could be no more significant political act than what we have done in constituting ourselves as a republic. And a lot of people have asked, what really is a republic? Republic is a state in which power is held by the people and for the people through their democratic representatives. And we have now decided to abandon the monarchical system where the Queen of England, I'm not going to call her Her Majesty out of respect, but she's no longer Her Majesty for us anymore. But the Queen of England is no longer at the apex of our political structure. These fields and hills beyond recall that are our own. We sing these words lustily in our national anthem, but the lands in Barbados are crown lands held by Her Majesty the Queen, and we own title in these lands. These things now change as a result of the constitutional changes that we have, and it is really a defining moment, as I said, in the history of Barbados. And I'm very proud to be here this evening with you to celebrate this most signal event.
Perhaps tonight is not going to be the night when we'll have time to discuss constitutional changes and all of that, but just briefly, what do you perceive will change and what will remain?
Well, the most important change is that, for me, our constitution has now been repatriated. In other words, when Barbados became independent in 1966, the Queen signed an order in council which gave us a constitution as a schedule to that act of the British Parliament. A lot of the laws we had in Barbados before independence remained contrary to the provisions of the Constitution and to the Bill of Rights provisions in the Constitution. The Constitution is now the supreme law passed in our Parliament. It's not something handed to us by the British monarch at independence. And bringing our Constitution in our Parliament and redefining it as a supreme law is the most significant of those political and constitutional changes that we've had. And it is really a signal political action that we have had.
Ezra, you were there in 1966? Or were you overseas studying at the time?
Well, in a sense, I was there because I remember Independence Day 1966. I was a student in England. I went down to Her Majesty's stationery office and bought a copy of the Barbados Constitution to keep me, as it were, connected to the events of that day, even though I was 4,000 miles away.
The parade will now be dressed by the conducting warrant officer.
What has happened in the last 2 weeks is that we have, as Gregory said, repatriated the Constitution. But basically, we are going to continue to maintain all of the freedoms and all of the protections for the citizen that were there before. People have the impression that something strange is going to happen. It will not happen. We are maintaining all of those protective provisions that protect Barbadians. Whatever we have done to become a republic, those foundational freedoms and protections remain unchanged.
I know if you took a survey, I'm sure that there's a large percentage of Barbadians who would have said that they were waiting forever for this moment to occur. And now it's finally here. And in the brief moments before it becomes a reality and official, your thoughts and your emotions this evening. Mine is one of total excitement and anticipation, but, you know, please.
I'm equally as excited as you, Peter.
He has also been awarded 3 Defense Board commendations and 2 Chief of Staff commendations.
Going around the country, we address these as law students, and it is really sad that you've taken this long to make this very important step. As I said, a self-defining moment in the history of a country. And we receive congratulatory messages from all over the world. And I've seen
Ladies and gentlemen, the conducting warrant officer Class 1, Colin Marshall.
Barbados were said to be the most conservative people in the Caribbean. Yes. And we were little England, and we were Bimshire. So how is it now that we can make these defining steps to move away from our colonial heritage? We took down Lord Nelson last year. We have now moved to make a Barbadian the head of our political structure. And that is a really, really important marker for a people to say we have confidence.
Major Pedro E. Drakes enlisted in the full-time element of the Barbados Defense Force on 2nd September 1989. During his formative years, he held several leadership positions in the force and was later selected
ready
to
for
attend
this
numerous
step.
local and international military
I think that we should acknowledge that our crop of politicians since 1966, from both sides of the political fence, have effectively prepared us for this moment. They have told us about the benefits. They've demonstrated a collective competence in running the country, and they have imbued in us the reality that we can do what we have done. But there is still a need for more education on the system in order to ensure that we continue to cement.
Well, gentlemen, we will continue after the proud moment, that moment when we officially become a republic and we have the installation of our first president. And we will do that. We will discuss the final proceedings. But right now, this is the moment leading up to all of that, the ceremonial parade. And within this parade, we will also have certain changes moving forward. No longer royal salutes. There will be presidential salutes and so on. But for that information and clarity, we will be joined by Cheryl Dean. Cheryl is Warrant Officer 1 retired, and we certainly are very, very proud and pleased to have him join our broadcast. For all of the description and all of the color and all of the reasons why, for all things military, Mr. Cheryl Dean. At the moment, we can see that the parade has been dressed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the arrival of Commodore Arrington Sherlin, the Chief
And
of
we
Staff,
now prepare
Barbados
for the
Defense
arrival
Force, and Commissioner
of
Richard Boyce,
the Chief of
Commissioner
Staff
Police,
of the Barbados
Royal
Defense
Barbados Police
Force, Commodore Sherland, and also the Commissioner of Police of Barbados.
Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the arrival of the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, National Hero of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the arrival of His Honor Sir Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
The Prime
Please be seated.
the guard of honor would present arms, whereas the flag bearers would simply release the flags that they're carrying and allow them to fly.
So that's what they
That's
meant by
let fly.
let fly.
And once the command shoulder arms is given, and then they
Yes.
would try to catch it and make sure it's not a battle between them and the elements.
We're now awaiting the arrival of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. And if you'll take note, the flags will be lowered and the Queen's colour dipped.
The band, under the command of Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch, Director of Music of the Royal Barbados Police Force Band.
Everyone stands at attention, awaiting the arrival of His Royal Highness, in preparation to march past in quick time and pay final respects to the monarchy.
On this occasion, with the Guard of Honor, the Queen's colour is being carried by Lieutenant Ramon Blackman and the regimental colour by Lieutenant Mark Jimmett. And the other members of the colour party, the senior warrant officer is Warrant Officer Class 2 Vane P.R. Griffith, and the colour escorts, Colour Sergeant Seeley C and Colour Sergeant Ford H.
Mounted troop.
The mounted troop of the Royal Barbados Police Force in all of their ceremonial uniform as their escort His Royal Highness Prince of Wales onto the parade ground. And he is being accompanied by Lieutenant Coast Guard Sean Hazelwood, who is his equerry. I've noted the number plate on the vehicle.
Yes, quite.
It
I
has
was leaving that for you to...
It has the crown.
Yes.
When the president-elect arrives, the number plate will say GG.
GG.
However, in suspense is when she's leaving.
Okay. We'll wait to see. Yes. There he is. His Royal Highness. He arrived rather late last night, just around midnight, nearly, 11:30. Yes.
30 hours.
Right. And he received a warm Barbadian welcome from the Prime Minister and also the Governor General. A friendship, I think, has been struck up between the two. That is the royal salute.
Please be seated.
I was saying that a friendship has been struck between His Royal Highness and our Prime Minister, both of them agents for change when it comes to climate change.
Certainly.
His Royal Highness is, very much involved in environmental affairs. He's received many awards, research, and so I think that they will have lots to discuss before he leaves.
Certainly. The parade is now being dressed in close order by the conducting warrant officer Class 1, Regimental Sergeant Major Colin Marshall. He just dressed the right half of the parade, and now he's dressing the left half of the parade. And because the parade is at close order, he would only dress the left half. If it was at open order, he would address the front rank and the rear rank.
The parade will now march past in quick time and pay final compliments to the monarchy.
There are various formations that can be used for the march past, and on this occasion now we will use column of route, where the officers will be in front of the various detachments as they turn to the right and march past, as opposed to a line, because the gun at the present moment does not allow it to march past in line, but in column of route. And the parade commander has to remember all of these words of command. I dare say there's not that room for error.
Lots of rehearsals.
Yes, and that is why the military does rehearsals and make sure that we get it right. To make mistakes can be a heavy fine on your pocket. Yes, it is. So the parade will now march past in quick time as we pay our final respect as a sovereign country to His Royal Highness Prince Charles of Wales, representing the Crown. Marching to the tune Heart of Oak by William Boyce. Following the Guard of Honor of the 16 units, apart from the Royal Barbados Police Force and the Barbados Cadet Corps. The other 14 are all unarmed units that would normally participate in the Independence Day Parade. But because the parade is being held here in National Heroes Square, we've had to reduce the numbers, and hence we only have representatives of the various units, 1 officer and 3 members of the color party.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're reminded to kindly stand as the colors pass your position.
The unarmed units on parade, the armed and unarmed units on parade, the Royal Barbados Police Force, the Barbados Cadet Corps, the Boy Scouts Association of Barbados, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Red Cross Society, the Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Nurses Association, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, the Barbados Landship, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, the Barbados Postal Service, the Government Security Guards, the Barbados Prison Service, the National Conservation Commission, the Church Lads and Church Girls Brigade of the Anglican Church, and the Barbados Legion. The Barbados Cadet Corps now marching past. The St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Red Cross Society, the Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Nurses Association, National Conservation Commission, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, the Barbados Landship, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, the Barbados Postal Service, the Government Security Guard Service, the Barbados Prison Service, the Church Lads and Church Girls Brigade, and finally, the Barbados Legion. Music being played right now is Life on the Ocean Wave by Kenneth J. Alford. Girl Guides Association on just halted. Parade of this magnitude is certainly not easy, and we must give kudos to all of those who've worked tirelessly over the last couple of weeks.
I'll ask you a little later your preference, the Garrison or Hero Square?
And later on I will tell you the Garrison Savannah. The parade having been advanced and the officers taking up their respective positions in front of the respective units, and it will then await now for addressing of the parade and then the march off of the colors, what we call the old colors, the march off of the Queen's color and the regimental color.
Will they be, is the phrase retired, or what is the phrase used for, retiring the old colors?
The correct term is that they will eventually be laid up.
Laid up.
In the, what we call the Garrison Church, which is St. Matthias Anglican Church. It is customary when colors are no longer in service that they are marched to the church, a church service is held, and they are laid up in the church, and they remain there until all you see is the staff.
Understood.
And it is again traditional that colors are changed every 22 years, which is known as color service within the military.
Yes.
Yes.
These colors are not changed in accordance with the 22-year service. These are changed for a different, more fundamental reason.
Yeah, on this occasion.
Right.
On this occasion, we would have had to lay up the Queen's color and the regimental color, and yesterday we had the consecration of the new colors, the presidential colors, and the regimental color.
So this parade then is an integral part of the passing of the authority from England to Barbados.
Correct.
From Her Majesty to the President-elect.
Correct.
I see. Where the constitutional theory hits the road with the military and functional practice of the power of the state.
Well done, Mr. Ali.
Yeah, well,
I'm one of your students.
And no, I'm really trying to link the two so that so that the man in the street who's watching it understands the extraordinary significance of this event.
Right.
The military authority, the power has passed from Buckingham Palace, if you like, to Government House. This is all part of the process.
Yes.
Right. Part of the sovereignty. Yeah.
So on this occasion, the parade commander orders the parade to present arms as a final salute. He's now being escorted to his seat. And I would say it will have to be a proud moment at this time for the ensign carrying the Queen's colour, Lieutenant Ramon Blackman, and the ensign for the regimental colour, Lieutenant Mark Jemmett, as they've been given the opportunity to march the old colours off parade. And later on, the ensigns with the new colours coming on, it will be their time in moment as they march the new colours on the parade.
Okay.
And if I were there, I would probably be shedding a tear. The significance of the occasion.
Changing of the order.
Yes. Simultaneously, as the all colours are marched off the parade, the Queen's standard is lowered. So we're going to have that brief pause where we'll wait now the arrival of the President-elect. The color escorts for the new colors have just taken up their position with the guard. As we wait the arrival of the President-elect of Barbados, Dame Sandra Mason. The color escorts for the new colors are Color Sergeant Azard Weeks, Chief Petty Officer McCollin, and Color Sergeant Charles Reed, and the Senior Warrant Officer is Master Chief Petty Officer Derek Grosvenor.
Very powerful. Yeah, very powerful.
Ezra has been, alluding to the fact that this is a very powerful moment and one which one could easily not understand the magnitude of the moment. But I'm so happy that you're here to explain it to us. That shifting of power already taking place,
Yes.
you know, between
Yes.
Buckingham Palace and Government House in terms of the military.
Soon to be called State House.
Yes.
Yes.
Soon to be called State House.
Yes.
And I'm also, I was just 9 years old back in 1966. And, very few of us had television.
Yeah.
No.
But today in Barbados, our young people can be watching to see what is happening. They're the future ones.
Yeah. Right.
And years from now, a lot of them, if they are so inclined,
Yeah.
will be standing on parade here.
Yeah. I can tell you that my 9-year-old son Nathan is up watching this.
Lovely.
Yes. I had a conversation only on Friday night with the youngster from the St. Catherine's School, young boy, who is going to recite the pledge tonight. And he told me, "Sir, I want to be a police officer."
Nice.
And I asked the young lady, "And what are your plans for the future?" She says, "I would love to be a nurse."
I think your point
All
about
prepared to serve.
I think your point about the youth is extremely important. My interest in constitutional matters was at my father's knees from about 6, 7. He didn't have the wide expanse of literature available, but that's where I got my initial grounding. And I think if the youth get that grounding, it helps with the stability of the nation going forward.
Yes. I'm interested in seeing our youth push themselves forward and do the right things to uplift our country, Barbados.
And we can see overhead the arrival of Her Excellency Dame Sandra Mason, Governor General and President-elect of Barbados.
And you will notice that on this occasion, there is no mounted troop to escort her.
Yes.
Because she is the President-elect at this stage.
And remember, we have to look out for that license plate that Chiral told us about.
Yes.
Well, he didn't really tell us about it. I asked him not to say anything. But we'll look. Here her outriders. At this moment, it will say GG, or is it Bear?
It is Bear.
It's Bear.
And again, on this occasion, for the arrival of the President-elect, only the parade commander will pay compliments to her.
Okay.
Yes, only the parade commander will pay compliments. No colors are on parade. No colors are on parade at this stage.
Not at this stage. Because she is still technically the Queen's representative, and those colors have been retired.
The colors have been retired. They've been marched off of parade. And I dare not say this, but you could get a situation where she is in Wonderland at the present moment.
Yes, I understand.
But that's technically the position in limbo.
In limbo.
Until
yes.
Hence the necessity for this kind of parade. This is part of the handover.
Yes.
And we're going to hand over soon to the CEO of the National Cultural Foundation. And here we see the inauguration party stepping forward to meet Her Excellency the Most Honorable.
And the members of that inauguration party will include the President-elect, the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, the Attorney General, the Chief of Staff,
Prime Minister of Barbados. His Honor Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice of Barbados. The Honorable Dale Marshall, Attorney General. Commodore Errington Sherland, Chief of Staff. Commissioner Richard Boyce, Commissioner of Police. Mr. Matthew Goodin, the son of the President-elect, and Ms. Sandra Watkins, Private Secretary to the Governor General.
History should be our teacher. We will consult its pages to ascertain whether the well-being of the great body of the people has advanced or retrograded with the progress of civilization.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill of very great importance. I think that all honorable members and members of the general public who are not still laboring under the delusion that you can have a democracy and at the same time have limited powers of the expression of will by the people who form that democracy will agree with a bill of this nature, the chief object of which is to give the right to every adult member of the population to vote for members of the General Assembly.
Only the people of Barbados can decide what is in their best interest, and only the people of Barbados should be able to control the persons who are responsible for putting into effect the expression of the popular will. This is the significance of independence.
We are serenely confident of the maturity of our people because we are profoundly convinced of their wisdom and common sense, that this government resolves that the day when the poor and underprivileged rose in rebellion against intolerable living conditions should be recognized as a day of national significance.
I challenge every Barbadian. I challenge every young Barbadian, every Barbadian child, never to settle for bronze, never to settle for silver. I challenge you always, go for the gold.
And on the 30th of November of this year, our great nation which we love shall become a parliamentary republic. It is about what is it that you must do positively to build out this nation and to build the better life for each and every one of us in this nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
It is time. Oh yes, it's time. It is time for the new republic.
Now's the time. Oh yes, the time. It's the time for the new republic.
So let us all get together. Yes, let us build one another as we build our new Barbados, truly yours and mine.
the people of Barbados, in unity of hearts, hands, and minds, now pledge ourselves, our commitment, loyalty, and purpose to this, our beloved Barbados. Guided by the Almighty, we honor our history, our ancestors, our forefathers, the architects of freedom, democracy, and independence, and every loyal son and daughter, wherever you may be. And with firm resolve and in one voice, from this day and forever, declare Barbados a parliamentary republic. We will now have the installation of the President-elect of Barbados, and that will be done by the Chief Justice of Barbados, Sir Patterson Cheltenham. The President-elect will take the oath of allegiance to Barbados and the oath for the due execution of the office of President as administered by the Chief Justice.
I, Sandra Prunella Mason, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Barbados according to law, so help me God. I, Sandra Prunella Mason, do swear that I will well and truly serve Barbados in the office of President, so help me God. You want me to go across and sit down?
Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Dame Sandra Prunella Mason, President of Barbados. The President will now receive the Order of Freedom of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Prunella Mason, President of Barbados. The Prime Minister of Barbados will now take the oath of allegiance to Barbados.
I, Mia Amor Motley, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Barbados according to law, so help me God.
Please sit. The Chief Justice will now take the oath of allegiance to Barbados, administered by the President.
Chief Herman Cheltenham, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Barbados according to law, so help me God.
The Attorney General will now take the oath of allegiance to Barbados.
I, Dale Dermont Marshall, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Barbados according to law, so help me God.
The Chief of Staff will now take the oath of allegiance to Barbados.
I, Harrington Ricardo Sherland, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Barbados according to law, so help me God.
The Commissioner of Police will now take the oath of allegiance to Barbados.
I, Richard Alfonso Boyce, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Barbados according to law, so help me God.
We will now witness the presentation of the new colors by Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason. The new colors, having been presented by the President, will now be marched on to the parade. The color ensigns are Lieutenant Dexter Hope, ensign carrying the presidential color, Acting Sub-Lieutenant Jamal Chandler, carrying the presidential ensign, and Lieutenant David S. Adamson, carrying the regimental color.
Parade! Parade! Time!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Arms!
please stand. Once the colors are in their rightful place on the parade, the President of Barbados, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, will be accorded her very first presidential salute. Kindly note that a 21-gun salute will be given during the playing of the National Anthem.
March on the colors! Praise! Present! Arms!
You may be seated.
Right! Order! Arms! Dressing! In! Close! Order! Inwards! Dress! Stand still! The front rank of the right half! Stand still! The front rank of the left half! Wait! Yes! Food!
The parade will now prepare to march past in quick time and pay compliments for the very first time to the President of Barbados, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason.
Right! Shoulder! Arms! Right! Bell! March past! In column of route! In quick time! Guard of honor leading! Move to the right! In column of route! Right! Turn!
The selections which will be played by the band for the march past are all selections composed by Barbadian musicians. Blue and Gold, composed by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch, Director of Music, the Barbados Police Service Band. Symbols of Freedom, composed by Sergeant 1732 Steve Sobers, the Barbados Police Service Band. Crown of Glory, composed by Captain Brian Cole, Director of Music, the Barbados Defense Force Band, and The Conciliator by the late Prince Cave, former Director of Music, the Barbados Police Service Band. Enlisted ranks, 12 from the infantry unit of the Barbados Defense Force, the Barbados Regiment, and 12 from the naval or maritime unit, the Barbados Coast Guard. This is the first time in the history of the Barbados Defense Force that a guard of honor comprising sailors and soldiers have ever paraded on a national parade. You're reminded to stand when the colors pass your position, and then you can be seated. The Barbados Police Service Flag Party is commanded by Deputy Commandant Christine Stanford. The flag bearer is Inspector Lawrence Cullimore. The escorts are Sergeant Ronald Gittins and Sergeant Hallam Gemmont. The Barbados Cadet Corps Flag Party is commanded by Sub-Lieutenant Wayne Beckles. The flag bearer is Ensign Senior Grade Michael Goodin, and the escorts are Company Sergeant Major Renako Springer and Staff Sergeant Deron King. Commanding the flag party of the Barbados Boy Scouts Association of Barbados is Assistant District Commissioner Dwayne Worrell. The flag bearer is Rondell Trim. The escorts are Venture Scouts Mario King and Keyshawn Cadogan. The St. John Ambulance Brigade Association of Barbados, that flag party is commanded by Divisional Superintendent Acting Samuel Hines. Divisional Superintendent Alfonso Eustace is the flag bearer, and the escorts are Sergeants Grace Franklin and Natalie Payne. Commanding the flag party of the Barbados Red Cross Society is Risa Jackman. The flag bearer is Thea Bradshaw. The escorts are Jermessa Can and Adon Bradshaw. Divisional Officer Dwayne Vaughn is commanding the Barbados Fire Service flag party. The flag bearer is Station Officer Acting Emerson White. The escorts are Leading Fire Officers Ryan Glasgow and Pedro Aline. Special acknowledgement to the nurses on parade. The Barbados Nurses Association flag party is commanded by the President of the Nurses Association, Valerie Francis Miller. The flag bearer is Latricia Ford, and the escorts are Margaret Mears and Simone Richardson Small. Commanding the Girl Guides Association of Barbados is Commissioner of Parades and Ceremonies, Erica Holder. The flag bearer is Assistant Commissioner of Ceremonies, Margaret Burke. The escorts are Ranger Guys, Myelin Robinson Griffith and Tonija Blue Gregory. The Barbados Landship Flag Party is commanded by Navy Captain Laureen Seeley. The flag bearer is Commander Roland Jilts, and the escorts are Ashonda Payne and Brianna Brown. Shamar Tudor is commanding the Barbados Youth Advance Corps flag party. The flag bearer is Shimrondi Adridge. The escorts, Chantel Rock and Sharika Lowe. The Barbados Postal Service flag party is commanded by Inspector Paul Burke. The flag bearer is Magdalene Moore. The escorts, Gerard Small and Juliet Weeks. The Government Security Officers flag party, commanded by Security Officer Alfred Holder. The flag bearer, Dexter Gibbs, and the escorts, Yvette Rudder and David Carrington. Commanding the Barbados Prison Service flag party is Orderly Officer Dennis Callender. The flag bearer, Orderly Officer Ismail Hinkson. The escorts are Sergeant Wajima Williams and Sergeant Emil Paris. The National Conservation Commission flag party is commanded by Clyde Murrell. The flag bearer is Samuel Rowe, and the escorts are Donna Payne and Pamela Phillips. The Church Lads and Church Girls Brigade flag party is commanded by Captain Heather Ward. The flag bearer is Lieutenant Simone Carroll, and the escorts are Corporals Dylan Pitt and Shanika Griffin. Last but in no way least, the Barbados Legion flag party is commanded by Michael Small. Everton Jordan is the flag bearer, and the escorts are Fillmore Lewis and Henderson Bennett. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for the Guard of Honor and the flag parties?
Praise! Bell! Advance! Left! Turn!
Explain what is a 21-gun salute. Having mentioned the members of the gun salute team, 21-gun salute is most commonly recognized of the customary gun salutes that are performed by the firing of cannons or artillery as a military honor. 21 guns came to be fired for heads of state or in exceptional circumstances for heads of government, with the number decreasing with the rank of the recipient of the honor. So for a president, you will do a 21-gun salute. For a prime minister, it will be an 18-gun salute. As you decrease in rank, your numbers, the number of volleys that before. And when we speak of a gun salute, we're talking about a cannon. What we use here in Barbados is a small cannon and not a rifle. This is of a significance. We use a small cannon to fire the 21-gun salute. Now, the National Anthem, the playing of the National Anthem is approximately 3 minutes. This is the long version of the National Anthem. And the director of music will be there directing, but at the same time, he's counting the number of volleys being fired, so that the last one will end simultaneously with the last note of the National Anthem.
Yes, the last one always surprises everyone.
Yes. that is how exactly. And all that happens is that the officer in charge will be standing behind me and he will tap, fire, tap, fire,
I see.
tap, fire. And he knows exactly how many seconds in between. So everything is to precision.
Mm-hmm.
Hey! The door! Ace! Count! Easy!
His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, will now deliver his message.
Madam President, Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I was so deeply touched that you should have invited me to return to Barbados and to join you on behalf of the Queen at this moment of such significance for your remarkable nation. The creation of this republic offers a new beginning, but it also marks a point on a continuum, a milestone on the long road you have not only traveled, but which you have built. From the darkest days of our past and the appalling atrocity of slavery, which forever stains our history, the people of this island forged their path with extraordinary fortitude. Emancipation, self-government, and independence were your waypoints. Freedom, justice, and self-determination have been your guides. Your long journey has brought you to this moment, not as your destination, but as a vantage point from which to survey a new horizon. Madam President, as your constitutional status changes, it was important to me that I should join you to reaffirm those things which do not change. For example, that the close and trusted partnership between Barbados and the United Kingdom as vital members of the Commonwealth. Our common determination to defend the values we both cherish and to pursue the goals we share. And the myriad connections between the people of our countries, through which flow admiration and affection, cooperation and opportunity, strengthening and enriching us all. For my part, this is an occasion to reaffirm the friendship I have enjoyed with Barbados since I first visited the island over 50 years ago, and then again while serving in the Royal Navy on the then West Indies station. Across the decades, I have admired so much of what you have achieved and all you have come to represent. I have heard your voice in the world grow louder, advocating with clarity, passion, and authority on issues of global significance. I've seen the power of the indomitable Bajan spirit, both at home and overseas, including through the invaluable contribution to our public life of the Barbadian diaspora in the United Kingdom. This is and will remain such a special place for me. As the giant of Barbadian literature, George Lamming, evokes so powerfully, the rhythm of the winds, the silence and aroma of the night, rocks, water, pebble and branch, animal and bird noise, the temper of the sea and the morning's arousing nature everywhere to the silent and sacred communion between you and the roots you have made on this island. In recent years, it has meant a great deal to me to have worked alongside your government to help address the challenges facing small island states like yours, not least the existential threat posed by climate change and global warming. I have also taken great pride in the work my Prince's Trust International has done in Barbados to create opportunity for young people through training and employment, and to help them fulfill their remarkable potential. In these ways and many more, I remain deeply committed to this very special country and to your future prosperity and well-being. I shall always consider myself a friend of Barbados. Madam President, Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, tonight you write the next chapter of your nation's story, adding to the treasury of past achievement, collective enterprise, and personal courage, which already fill its pages. Yours is a story in which every Barbadian, young and old, can take the greatest pride, inspired by what has come before them and confident about what lies ahead. As we will sing tonight, you are the guardians of your heritage, firm craftsmen of your fate.
His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, will now be conferred with the Order of Freedom of Barbados by Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados. The Honorable Mia Amor, Prime Minister of Barbados, will now deliver a special announcement.
Your Royal Highness Prince Charles, Excellencies, Heads of State from the Caribbean community, President of Trinidad and Tobago, Governor General of Antigua and Barbuda, and Governor General of Grenada, my brother, colleague heads of government, Chief Justice of Barbados, Sir Patterson Cheltenham, National Hero of Barbados, the Right Excellent Sir Garfield St. Alban Sobers, former Prime Minister of Barbados, Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, members of Cabinet, other parliamentarians, members of the judiciary, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished Barbadians, each and every one of you. It is with distinct honor tonight that I announce that pursuant to Chapter 399 of the laws of Barbados, the Order of National Heroes Act, that my government will and has taken the decision to recognize that among us there are persons to whom the eligibility criteria as set out in Section 8 of that Act and the schedule is entirely applicable. We ask the people of Barbados to nominate persons. And many nominations came, and we will do the remaining ones by the National Heroes Day of 2022. But it is the judgment of this government that it is appropriate to signal to the world tonight that just as within 1 mile of this space from Bridgetown, there is a national hero by the name of the Right Excellent Sir Garfield St. Alban Sobers, born of humble origins, but capable of capturing the imagination of the world by being the greatest of all time in cricket, that we too have on the other side of Bridgetown, born less than 1 mile from here too, and literally from humble origins, catching a ZR to Commerce School. But above all else, commanding the imagination of the world through the pursuit of excellence, with her creativity, her discipline, and above all else, her extraordinary commitment to the land of her birth. Pursuant to Clause B of the schedule, and having satisfied that Ambassador Robin Rihanna Fenty has given service to Barbados which has been exemplified by visionary and pioneering leadership, extraordinary achievement, and the attainment of the highest excellence that has redounded to the honor of Barbados, my government has the distinct honor of recommending to the President, who has kindly and graciously accepted, that Ambassador Robin Rihanna Fenty tomorrow morning shall have conferred upon her the Order of National Hero of Barbados. I ask you to please come and stand, and to accept on behalf of a grateful nation. You can come, my dear. On behalf of a grateful nation, but an even prouder people, we therefore present to you the designee for National Hero of Barbados, Ambassador Robin Rihanna Fenty. May you continue to shine like a diamond and bring honor to your nation by your words, by your actions, and to do credit wherever you shall go. God bless you, my dear. Thank you.
Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados, will now deliver her message.
Your Royal Highness, Prince of Wales, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister, the Honorable Sir Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice, members of the Cabinet, the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, National Hero, His Honor Senator Reginald Farley, President of the Senate, His Honor Arthur Holder, Speaker of the House of Assembly, Bishop Joseph Atherley, Leader of the Opposition, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and heads of government, members of the Privy Council, members of the judiciary, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Bennett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, members of the Houses of Parliament, all distinguished guests, Barbadians here and wherever the technology takes us. Good morning. I greet and join you this day in celebration of our nation, our people, and the future that we now chart. On a rain-soaked night 55 years ago, the inhabitants of what had been the world's first slave society shed the mantle of colonialism to become an independent nation. Vessel-independent Barbados weighed anchor and cast off from our colonial moorings. Unable to see the future, we embarked on the journey of nationhood with no clear knowledge of our strength and capabilities or our potential as a people. Some were understandably fearful of how our inexperienced crews and passengers would navigate storm-tossed international waters. A sense of uncertainty surrounded the viability of our social experience and our economic well-being. Others voiced grave reservations about where our small bark would end up. But even in the face of the uncertainties and the unknown, we set aside our doubts and fears, and with hope in our bosoms, we committed to the journey, embracing the vision of a proud, strong, hard-working people, and we sailed forward. On that first independent night, we became bound together as a nation and as a people. The consciousness and responsibility of independence imbued us with an understanding that whatever lay ahead in the best of times and in the worst of times, we had to rely on each other and face the oncoming challenges together. It was from this vision and understanding that we constructed the foundation for our new nation, and with it, the core values and guiding principles of independent Barbados. To this, we owe our identity and our triumphs as a people. And as cautioned by our first Prime Minister, the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, we ought no longer to be found loitering on colonial premises. In 1966, we were seeking to define ourselves, our national identity, and to stamp our place in the world. Since independence, our heroes and our humble citizens, our crews and passengers have built an international reputation anchored on our characteristics, our national values, our stability, and our successes. Drawing on the lessons of those intervening years, possessing a clear sense of who we are and what we are capable of achieving, in the year 2021, we now turn our vessel's bow towards the new republic. We do this so that we may seize the full substance of our sovereignty. For decades, we have had discourse and debate about the transition of Barbados to a republic. Today, debate and discourse have become action. Today, we set our compass to a new direction, girded by the successes of the last 55 years, buoyed by the confidence garnered from our triumphs and accomplishments, committed to country and to each other, and motivated to press confidently and boldly forward for the sake of our nation and for present and future generations. We stand on and claim our traditions, heritage, and patrimony earned by the sweat of Bajan brows and inherited from our forefathers. As we celebrate all that is good in us as a people and travel onward, we must avoid the trap of merely reliving, retelling, and relying on our past achievements as a nation. Instead, we must seek to refine our definition of self, of state, and the Barbados brand in a more complex, fractured, and turbulent world. For the formation of Republic Barbados, out of the structure of independent Barbados, is ultimately a call to greatness, the greatness which was contemplated by our forefathers and enshrined in the lyrics of our national anthem. Answering this call requires of us an act of will and deliberate action, the determination to build and improve upon what existed before, and the unwavering resolve to safeguard our national reputation and advance the national interests of Barbados. We are a community of Barbadians, but we must now collectively ensure that our new republic is truly exemplified by creativity and innovation in a place where pride, industry, discipline, and productivity are conjoined. In the Republic of Barbados, we must see ourselves as thought leaders and change agents, actively engaged in the difficult business of nation building, a nation that is characterized by courtesy, harmony, unity, opportunity, equality, economic well-being, empowerment, and respect for each other's differences. In this ceremony, I see the confluence of possibility for country and citizen. A simple girl, born in humble circumstances in rural Barbados, nurtured by the values and traditions of this island, assumes high office in a small state, attempting to be a model of global leadership and to create a large international space for itself and for its citizens. Our country and our people must dream big dreams and fight to realize them. As poet James Stephens puts it, we must learn that we are better than our clay and equal to the peaks of our desire. I was born and grew up in the time of colonialism and witnessed Barbados's independence. I am part of the bridge generation from the colonial past to the independent nation to the future of the new republic. Today, I am both proud and humbled. In the presence of Almighty God, my Creator, my family, my friends, my country's political leaders, Barbadians at home and abroad, our Caribbean natures, our Caribbean friends, and global communities, and those who love Barbados, wherever they may be from, I have become president, the first president of the Republic of Barbados, which I have sworn to serve faithfully. As the president of Barbados, your president, I charge and call our country Barbados and all its people to personal and national excellence and greatness. We are Barbadians. We, the people, must give Republic Barbados its spirit and its substance. We must shape its future. We are each other's and our nation's keepers. We, the people, are Barbados. Vessel Republic Barbados now leaves port. For this and all the journeys hereafter, let us hold fast to the traditional values that have served us well. Let us craft new ideas and ideals. Let us set our aspirations higher, and let us by word and deed so conduct ourselves that the lights on this ship will shine brightly and allow our country and our citizens to be seen across the world. From this moment, every Barbadian becomes the living embodiment of the new republic. Whether fair or foul winds come our way, Vessel Republic Barbados has set sail on her maiden voyage. May she weather all storms and land our country and citizens safely on the horizons and shores which are ahead of us. And as the prophet Jeremiah stated in the 29th chapter, God has promised at verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And at verse 12, it says, "If you call upon me and you go and pray, I will listen to you." Godspeed, Barbados. May your journey be long, fruitful, and bright, and may your sons and daughters all flourish. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cindy Celeste.
Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we ain't done. The spirit of emancipation has reawakened to say the time has come to continue the pursuit for our freedom, to stop calling the symbol of our independence a broken trident when we sing our anthem. We raise voice to proclaim ourselves heritage guardians and fate's craftsmen, but of late, we seem to have forgotten. So when it comes to this transition, the court of public opinion seems decidedly factioned, de facto divided and fractured by factors that seem to find the pillars of democracy threatened in the case of the citizens and the republic. There are progressives and skeptics, and they flat out against it. The progressives already done reached them verdict. I'm just waiting to hear the sentence. The skeptics still trying to figure out how to sift through some of the evidence, and the last set got a whole set of different reasons. Wonder about the people advocating for this decision. Wonder if anybody can ever take the time to answer all them questions. Or if the litigators that pushed this task crossed the docket got the judge, the jury, and the executioner in their back pocket, and some people just ain't with it, because they prefer the comfort of the status quo to the uncertainty of change, and I get it. The absence of education breeds a proliferation of misinformation. You can't incline a mind to common sense if the ability to do it ain't exactly common, but when Barrow, the right excellent, fathered our independence in 1966, he added to the foundations laid by our ancestors from resistance and rebellion to emancipation, recognizing that the long walk to freedom had only just begun. That each successive victory won was merely a step towards a Barbados every one of us could be proud to say we come from. His vision. Friends of all, satellites of none, did not end with the realization of independence. That was just the beginning of the conversation. And somewhere along the lines of communication crossed and his message was lost in translation. Recall his frustration when he begged us. Take a harder look at your reflection. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we ain't done. Look back and see how far we have come from 1979, when the first whispers of a republic were silenced by the findings of the Cox Commission. After the failings of the West Indies Federation shattered the confidence in our capacity for self-governance, and Barrow's radical version of independence had enough people upon the fence. But then, only about 20 years hence, after every governor general except the first one was actually a native born from Bohea, Beijing, the conversation kicked back up again. Even though the honors still came from a foreign sovereign, something about the local landscape had changed. So when the Ford Commission was named, their unanimous recommendation proclaimed a resurgence of faith in crafting our own fate to be a republic in nature as well as in name. Today, after successive governments have tried and failed to rekindle the flame, we finally raise the flag of a nation no longer clinging to colonial coattails for its identity. And maybe we've been so focused on searching for the problems that we do not recognize the opportunity that we have been given. The way shedding the vestiges of a monarchy means we get to denounce the moniker of Little England and vest the powers of the state in the hands of every Barbadian citizen. So we can't be done. In fact, we now got work to do. The baton that changed hands from Bussa to Barrow now get passed to me and you, and we owe it to our nation builders and the generations that follow us to make sure we contribute. We turning over a new page of history and starting a new chapter with the ability to self-pen what comes after. So So when you look in the mirror, what is you want to see? Me? I'd like to see strict guardians of our heritage as a promise fulfilled. No more waiting till our infrastructure is run down and derelict to let it click that we gotta maintain these fields and hills. Let the capital city live up to the build of our spirit. I want an end to sanitizing history to make it more palatable for the sake of people who visit. An end to this tourist-based monocrop mentality where everything we produce as a country, we seem to export before we get a chance to really appreciate it. I want a Barbados that remembers that the wealth of this nation is dependent on the health of this and every generation, where the future of the voice that Kamau Brathwaite envisioned is ingrained in a self-reflective education system, one which arms students with the knowledge of the lengths and breadths of their lineage and gives them the tools to actually be upstanding citizens. I want equality of opportunity and representation, that every Barbadian can look to our national documentation and find an image of themselves reflected in its tenets. I want inclusive legislation that looks towards the humanness that from coast to coast binds our hearts and not the differences that would part us, a Barbados that stops talking about its potential and looks to start living it. One that actually enfranchises the youth and stops complaining about brain drain after pulling the plug on every one of the ideas. I want service over lip service and action over talk in the quest for more progress, and the list could probably go on, but this ain't just about me. In fact, it's not even about just the pieces, just the voices that contributed to this piece. It is about what it means for all of us when we say we are free, so that when we fly black, gold, and ultramarine, this new Barbados will not be defined by a severance of ties to the Queen, because our trident cannot have been a fragment at its inception. We started with an emblem not broken from someone else, just a symbol that we would have to finish ourselves. So look, ladies and gentlemen. We ain't done. Thank you.
Right!
Throughout the world, it's a time that seems so dark. Inside we're closer, not apart. The sun still shines in our hearts. Hey. It's our world, we must hold on hand in hand and lift up our fellow man, showing love in every land. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause this is who we are. We know we can do this together. This is
together again. And if you're ready, let me go. Alright. One world, so we have to live together. One blood, looking up for one another. One love, to me sister and me brother. Even if you're rich or poor, white or black, it doesn't matter.
This is who we are. 'Cause this is who we are. Love will bridge the distance between us. Let the whole world know that love is also infectious. Let love overflow. 'Cause this is who we are. 'Cause this is who we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the salute to the nation. You're reminded that a 21-gun salute will be given during the playing of the National Anthem. The party to receive the salute include the President, His Royal Highness, the Prime Minister, our national hero, and Ambassador Fenty, Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police.
Right! Right! Count! Shoulder! Arms!
We will now be led in prayers by Captain Reverend Hugh Sandiford, Senior Chaplain of the Barbados Defense Force.
Good morning, let us pray. Almighty God and Heavenly Father, we stand in your presence on this historic occasion in commemoration of our 55th anniversary of independence and the inaugural celebration of Republic Day. Today, we reflect on our past and thank God, our Father, for all those who have contributed to the freedom, the culture, and the quality of life that we experience. We also anticipate the new chapter of autonomy we commence this day. That demands our imagination, ingenuity, and courage from every citizen of our beloved island. Dear God, may you continue to be our guide. Bless our President, our Prime Minister, members of the Cabinet, both houses of Parliament, judges, magistrates, and all who protect our land. Grant them wisdom, understanding, and integrity as they perform their duties. Father, we thank you especially for those on the front line and those who are providing essential services in this attritional battle during this pandemic. Grant them strength, endurance, and resilience, that they may continue to give of their best in service of our nation during these especially challenging times. And finally, Father, continue to bless our land as we rely on your strength and accept our responsibilities to each other for the well-being of our society, that we may grow from strength to strength as we serve you faithfully and honor your holy name through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Master Raphael McIntosh and Miss Kalia Griffith, students of the St. Catherine's Primary School, will lead us in the National Pledge. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly repeat after them.
Right! Right! Chant!
I pledge allegiance
to my country, Barbados.
Stop.
It's okay.
And to my flag.
To uphold and defend their honor. And by my living.
To do credit to my
nation.
wherever I go. Wherever I go. Wherever I go.
The microphones are dead. Let's go.
Barbados will now be led in a salute to the nation with 3 cheers and a final salute to Barbados by the President of Barbados and the accompanying dignitaries.
Right! Bell! Remove headdress! Remove headdress! Three cheers to Barbados! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip hip! Hooray! Right! Bell! Replace headdress! Replace headdress! Chant! Right! Shoulder! Arms! Salute to Barbados! Right! Breezy! Arms! Right! Shoulder! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
We are presently at the stage in the parade. We've just finished the salute to the nation and everything, and we're going to have the parade of puppets, followed by a fireworks display, which would also include fireworks from 3 remote locations: East Point Lighthouse, Bathsheba, and Checker Hall in St. Lucie.
And those locations are significant.
They are, in the sense that East Point is
within the parish
of St. Philip, where the president of Barbados is from. Bathsheba, which is on the East Coast. And Checker Hall, which is very close to the home of our national hero, the right excellent Earl Wharton Barrow.
Yes.
There's one thing that I want to mention here, and that is that you would have noticed during the salute to the nation that the flags were all lowered, with the exception of the president's flag. That is the only flag that remained up, while all of the others were lowered. And that happened for both the 21-gun salute and the final salute to the nation.
was spectacular. Amazing.
Certainly.
And that last volley
Yes.
was something else. And I can see that the most honorable Dame Sandra Mason enjoyed that, especially in her home parish of St. Philip. That was certainly enjoyable. And now it means that it's time for us to prepare for the departures. And as usual, they will be in reverse order.
Certainly. So the first to depart is the President of Barbados, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason.
What a night this has been for her. Was it my imagination, or the last moments of her speech, she got a little emotional?
Yes, I recognize that also.
Yes.
Yes. It's a touching moment.
Of course it is.
It is.
It's really a big moment. You know, you've been the representative of the head of state, and now you are the head of state. Who are watching, an overhead shot of our carenage here in the heart of the city of Bridgetown. Ezra.
You know, I think that our new president's thoughts must have gone back to 1970 when she started the study of law at the newly established law faculty.
Yes.
That faculty has produced a number of local dignitaries, including three heads of state.
David Thompson was one.
But no, he was head of government. But
he was head of government, yes.
They actually produced our own locally grown regional heads of state, which is extremely important.
But I'm thinking also of heads of government.
Yes.
I can think of Kenny Anthony.
Several
of them.
And there, the number plate
and
on
there
the
we
front
see,
of the vehicle.
yes, the president's official vehicle is now displaying the seal of the President of Barbados on the license plates.
I claim some small part in the law faculty, in the sense that at least two of these heads of state were my students in constitutional law.
Interesting.
And the importance of that faculty is that our present president is our first locally homegrown, if I may put it that way, president, so that we've come home in a sense, in a total way.
Yes. And please note, Cheryl, I've noticed she has her mounted troop.
Yes. As president of Barbados.
Yeah.
The next dignitary to depart, the Prime Minister, His Royal Highness, sorry.
Wales, Prince Charles.
And His Royal Highness has the Outriders.
On this occasion.
Yes, on this occasion.
gentlemen, you may be seated. His Honor, Sir Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice of Barbados, will now depart.
And as His Honor, Sir Patterson Cheltenham, our Speaker, Chief Justice, I don't know why I said Speaker, Chief Justice of Barbados, I was going to remind you that you did say you were going to let me know which location you prefer.
Yes.
I would have to say that I prefer the garrison, and that's for a number of reasons. Historical,
traditional, that was where the first was, the garrison Savannah.
And the background, the trees, the buildings, the space.
Yes.
The space. You know,
yes.
it's important.
Amor
I was there in 1975 to watch the knighting of Sir Garfield Sobers, and I was also there for numerous other parades. So it holds a lot of significance, and especially a parade on mornings where you're standing on grass, and
it's not as hard and
correct.
difficult on your feet.
Yes.
I think I have a little love for Hero Square in the city. The history is here as well. There's so much history here that I think sometimes we've forgotten. I look at the fountain, and that represents the introduction of piped water into the city.
Yes.
You know what that must have meant for people here. The cenotaph, which bears the names of those we lost in the First and Second World Wars. The Parliament buildings.
Where a lot of our laws are made.
Yes.
And fierce debates have taken place over the years also.
My preference would be for the garrison for one particular reason. As the military comes down by a street, the recognition, once again, from a lawyer's perspective.
Yes.
We witness now the departure of the Honourable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, getting a round of applause from those here in Hero Square, complimenting her on a weekend well done so far, and
still to go tomorrow.
Still tomorrow.
Which reminds me that only 2 ministers were sworn in this evening.
Correct.
Herself
and the Attorney General.
The Attorney General.
Yes.
In accordance with the Constitution.
Correct. In accordance with the Constitution. And tomorrow, the other ministers will be sworn in as they pledge their allegiance to Barbados. To Barbados.
And, you know, we could have mentioned that the President of Barbados has left Hero Square on her way now to State House.
Yes, that's the official residence of the President of Barbados.
It's going to take a little while.
Oh, yes. It is just like to remember, instead of the Queen's colors, now the presidential colors.
Exactly.
Yes. Finally, the last two dignitaries to depart will be the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police.
Right, excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, national hero of Barbados, will now depart.
Our national hero. is going to go first. It's such a pleasure to see him at these events. He's brought so much honor to this country. He made Barbados a name worldwide. We owe him a great debt.
And his cricketing career symbolized the notion that we could equal and surpass our colonial masters, and we could assert our own right to do it.
Yes.
Very significant social statement.
Miss Helene, if you were on parade and parade is finished, what would be the first thing that you would do once you get back to the barracks?
Take off my shoes.
Is that what your colleagues do, sir?
Depending on the rank that you're holding. If you're an officer, you would probably go straight to the mess. As a warrant officer senior ensure you would also go to the mess, your mess. The corporals will go to the corporals club, and the privates will go to the other ranks area. But I'm sure that they will let's have some molasses in a glass with some ice.
It'd be my shoes.
That will come after.
As we witness the departure now of the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defence Force and the Commissioner of Police, gentlemen, what do you think this will mean now for Barbados as we move forward as a republic? Your impressions of this evening, Ezra?
The most lasting impression is that we've come a long way since 1966. In 1966, I don't think we could have produced this quantity and quality of music. And I don't think it might have been encouraged before to have given flower to it in 1966. And what we've done since then is to localize our culture, produce our own musicians, and write our own music. I mean, the international audience will have heard Barbadian music played by Barbadian musicians. That is an important statement to me of Barbadians taking the reins of their own shape in a significant aspect of their culture.
Quite right. And from your perspective?
From my perspective, Barbados has always led the way in the Caribbean.
Absolutely.
They've always. And recently we heard St. Lucia saying that they should go the next step.
Right.
We've also heard Jamaica saying the same thing, that they should go the next step and become a republic. And I'm sure that the other countries, St. Vincent and those, will also follow suit. But we're this parade, this is of significance because we have now come more or less of age.
Yes.
We've celebrated our 50th, we've gone on to our 55th, and we are now gone one step further, and we're now a republic where, again, we continue to stand on our own. I mean, we can never be totally independent, huh? We still have to rely on other foreign governments for assistance, but we have gone that step further on.
And there will be other steps.
Of course, there will be.
But for now, this is the culmination of a lot of the dreams and aspirations of many of our leaders, many in our civil service. those with the vision of what they think Barbados should be and will be.
Yeah.
And tonight certainly was a night of celebration. Enjoyed every minute of it, especially spending it with you gentlemen and you viewers. Thank you to the CMC for taking our pride to the region. We would like to say thank you to ABS Antigua Broadcasting for joining us this evening, to all of you who have viewed our Becoming a Republic on our channel or on your station. Thank you so much. And to all of us here in Barbados, thank you also for watching and experiencing this historic event with us. On behalf of our director, our technical crew, and the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, I'm Peter Aline, wishing you all a good night. Stay safe, stay well, and happy Independence, Barbados.
record them how? You talking about audio? Discuss what? I heard that that's what you wanted. But when the man just said that the show is done and everybody going along, so we just doing this for what? Just for y'all? I don't know what you mean by recording, because I ain't saying nobody here. The lights turn off, Darcy. Also, turn back on the light now. Nigel, how you doing, brother? Look at it as a really enjoyable
Yeah, we boss up, man. Oh, man, thing tight. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget. It's there I want my own children to grow. Alright, I say I shall go. But I hope you understand how I feel about Edmonton, my homeland, my homeland, my homeland. Yes, and I hope
proclaims, Azerbaijan, wrapped in my own colors, the new republic. The journey continues through these fields and hills, beyond these shorelines, these sore lines of division. We sons and daughters all must now heed the call to pride in industry. Love we conkeys and road tennis, Cersei bush and black belly sheep, carry bearded fig trees and baobabs. Live like a landship, family first, to build the best Barbados. Out of the crucible of slavery and colonialism. The beginning, not the end. Seize the moment after midnight. It starts with youthful respect to the elderly, moving forward. Loving the sea that surrounds us, the land we hold in our hearts and hands, the destiny of our children's children, to write their names on history's page with a renewed breath of freedom in this new normal global village. Lest we forget the wisdom of our poet Kamau. It is not enough to be paused, to be whole, to be void, to be silent, to be semicolon, to be semi-colony. Fling me the stone that will confound the void. Find me the rage and I will raise the colony. Fill me with words and I will blind your God. Atibon Legba, Ovi bayi pungwa, Ovi bayi pungwa. Listen. Yeah. I'll get it wrong. But it's time, ready? Stand ready. Please stand again. Please stand again. I think he bring here by stand.